For nearly 45 minutes of silence, we shared. The power of intention. Your intentions, they were all yours to create. Both from nothing and everything. Following the description, the first word of the day, energizing. The silence could be energizing. Triggered my word for the day of empowering.
My word for the day is love.
which is an intention. Is a powerful focus Nikki gave earlier. Craig shared it's already there. Just our focus, our energy to bring it, to create it. Love intends, energizes, and empowers. What could you love today?
As you asked that question, Jesse, what came for me was hands. How incredibly beautiful and this is not a charming word, but industrious our hands are. They do so much for us. They facilitate the something so often. And they usually are the conveyor of love. Our feet lovingly carry us around. And our hands touch and embrace and create and express.
Thank you for expanding love and love's close cousin, gratitude. confronting any situation with the curiosity, how could I? How could we? Sitting in silence, wondering about the answer. Anticipating. And I choose to serve and allow receive. And allow myself to receive. and not to dismiss the quick flashes, the thoughts, the ideas that come in, that flash through. They matter. It's something. Each of us, if we are alive, are a genius of our own space. Equally whole and complete, but not the same. But equally worthwhile, valuable, empowered. How could I imagine blank? something from nothing. A competition in love. A game of sorts. You are the next contestant. Ready, Pascal?
Sorry?
You're the
I
next
agree.
contestant.
I agree. I agree. Yes.
Oh, good example of yes and.
Yes.
Interesting. What are you making up in that moment?
Mm. I don't have to. I just follow your lead.
Thank you. What could you have made up? What would the majority of people have made up in your situation? What would the old Pascal made up?
Anxiety.
Mm.
It's my turn. I'm the next contestant.
What the hell is going on? Mm. I was just getting ready to explain a challenge, a competition,
Mm.
a game. Just notice how the different words trigger differently. And for me, a competition in love, like through love, of love. Ooh, those two don't go well together. It's just my history.
Yeah, it's just a story you told yourself.
Mhm. So intention has been the theme this morning. And it's been very silent, which is great.
Hasn't been my experience.
Yes. So the challenge, focus on the number 8, whether you draw it. But just focus on the number 8. And when your mind drifts away from 8, just say 8 out loud.
8.
Ready? Go.
8. 8. But I see infinity. I don't see I don't see 8. I see infinity. I like it.
Mhm.
So it's in that silence that there's the infinite possibility.
Mhm.
'Cause there's usually no focus. Did you guys took a flight in the silence?
I think so, Pascal.
Which frequency are you on?
Which one
Pretty
are
high
you?
one.
Yeah, which one are you,
Oh, I'm
Pascal?
pretty high. I'm pretty high.
How high are you?
Well, I still feel my body, so
Uh-huh.
I'm taking like probably around the 5th frequency.
I'm coming there. I think I'm there. I think I'm there. Oh, no, I don't even think I am there. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I ain't coming slow. I'm coming with a lot of speed. Just because I like fast things. I like to go fast. I like fast cars. I like fast trains.
Yeah, go
I like
figure.
to run fast.
But when you go fast, you miss things.
No, not me, darling. No. I'm connected. I'm connected to divine. I don't miss out on anything. Comes right on time for me. Right on time.
Mhm.
My frequency is just on a high conscious, beautiful frequency. There's nothing too late, nothing too soon, just on time. Yes, thank you. And in fact,
Anyone
there's
else?
never the right time. Isn't that true? It's sure true to me. I always thought, oh, this is the time. No, it's not. It's never the time. You never know till you take the time to do it. Till you take the time to make that decision. Mm. And not listening to the noise, but listening to the silence. There's power in the silence. You let go totally. The thinking mind, the chatter mind, the sabotage mind.
Did I hear a stop and
Yeah.
listen in there somewhere?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's good that you're listening. It's good that you're listening, Craig. Awesome. Awesome.
Anyone else still focusing on 8?
I just had
In-
space.
Who won the challenge? What'd you do to
What
keep the focus on
challenge?
8?
Yeah, but what was the challenge that you mentioned now?
It was to focus on 8, Nikki.
Oh, right. Okay. Maybe I'm still coming around that one. I don't know. I'll tell you when it does. It does.
I had to physically do something to keep my attention on it.
Hmm.
And that's why I chose 8. Pascal was the infinity sign.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
What did you do to keep focus on 8? Or how long did you keep focus on 8?
Focusing right now.
Round 2, ready, go.
You don't have to put that much attention on me.
Listen, you are the spotlight now, okay? So just enjoy it and just shine your light and suck it in. If you don't like it, suck it in because it's going to happen. You're a rock star.
Oh, I have a big mouth.
Oh, you're an absolute rock star.
I can light.
I like tuning into you, into that kind of frequency of let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hmm.
What do you do to keep your focus on 8?
For me, I trace it with my head.
Mm. Anything else?
That's it.
That's it. Thank you.
I trace it around my eyes, in between. So I go across over the nose.
Mhm.
Seeing the vibration and seeing it in water, so it has an image of it below.
Mhm.
Mm.
You're special, Heinz.
Oh, don't we know about that? I agree with you.
In a good way.
In every single way. Oh yes.
That's why I like being here. Especially
Yes.
so much nicer than what the world would say. You're strange.
Oh, Hans, you are a gift. You're an absolute gift. I love that. I love that. Yes, yes. Hmm. Beautiful. Ah, so good.
Morning, Sandra.
Morning, Sandra.
Morning, Sindril.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to mention with Hans, when Pascal mentioned to him that he was special, and I said in every single way, because the other day when we had another session, I think 2 days ago, Hans became incredibly loud for me, and I heard it very clear. And it goes like this: love is our gift, and our gifts are the best when we share. Love is our gift, and gifts are best when it's shared. Thank you. Echo, 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 echo through the day. Echo, echo. That I thank you for being the gift to me.
Mhm.
Hans,
My pleasure. This is a
thank
place where we can share our love and just keep it growing.
That's right. Share, express, even when the environment is not so engaging and doesn't want to let you speak. You need to just keep speaking, because you're breaking through. You're breaking not only through, you're breaking through all generations that has brought you to this place, that brought you to here. Yeah. And it says it's like 400 something people brought you to where you are today. So you are the one. You are the chosen one, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So holding the intention of 8, as I was challenged and did, it was similar to Allison. I was drawing the figure 8 with my eyes and saying 8 around the corners. So what I noticed was not only what I was doing physically with my eyes, mentally, but also my thinking mind was contributing with it. It's helping keep the focus, the intention. And it just revealed how powerful the thinking mind can be. How it can contribute to our intentions.
I also had a memory, and so the visual of the memory came up, and the experience of the memory of turning a figure 8 on its side. So I was also using my mind, but in an embodied, from an embodied experience space.
You're connecting it to a previous, to a past, to something meaningful.
Yeah, it was a joyful experience.
Thank you. I am complete with my challenge.
Yeah, when you were talking, Allison, like I flipped that 8 on its side too. And I figure it's like, is the lower and upper body that is connected by the heart in the middle.
Beautiful. It's lovely, Pascal.
I feel so honored that there are now 8 people in here.
Good catch, Sindra. Didn't even realize that. You're
Great
right.
example of how we're all equal and uniquely different. How someone's uniqueness just opens the space. Expands the imagination, the creativity, the potentials, how could it be?
How could it be complete in infinite abundance?
Mm.
Mhm. More of that. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. Mhm. Just for asking.
Asking
Is-
us
is-
time. So,
Isn't abundance like that though?
mhm.
And asking for
More.
more. Yeah, and
More
now
for
we
the
have
asking.
9.
Yeah. It's
Now we
already
have
there,
9.
already there. Just ask for it.
Welcome.
That was yesterday, we also asked for more.
And it keeps showing up.
Like love.
All we need is love. Love.
Dum, 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 dum.
We need is love.
Evening, Ebony.
Good evening.
Evening.
How are we all?
Well, somebody want to fill her in?
Please do.
There was 8. Now there's more. Happy 9, Ebony.
Well, thanks for having me in here.
Jesse had a challenge, Ebony, for us to focus on 8. And a whole number of things that happened in that.
Ah,
And that was before we were 8. We were 7 at the time. And then Sandra arrived.
there
That made 8, and you make 9.
you go.
And then number
Completing
9
it,
is, yeah,
Sorry.
is 9 is the word of, is the number of completion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So now it's time to start another challenge.
Mm. How, what is, I thought 7 was, what is 7?
Hmm.
The
I
7
know.
was complete and 8 was beginning again anew.
No, 9 is definite. No, in numerology, 9 is definitely completion of a cycle.
Oh, okay.
That's it. That 7 is a strong number. I'm sorry, I don't know my numerology well enough.
Mhm.
Craig, don't you know?
No, apparently today 9 meant more.
More.
Yeah,
There you go.
because we started talking about more and then Ebony showed up.
Mhm.
So she's got something more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
we all do.
Yeah, we are all more together.
Yep.
Yep. I know some biblical meanings for the numbers. Like, yeah, 8 hints at infinity. 9 is completion. 7 is well, there were 7 days of creation, according to the story. And on the 7th day, it was rest. And that was part of an intentional part of the cycle.
What comes to mind for me with that is that when you create something, you do what you can, and then you put it into the field.
Yeah. It's kind of like you plant it.
Yeah. So 7 is maybe the planting of the seed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we've come up with a new meaning for 7.
A magical number associated with is synchronicity, luck, and perfection.
Yeah,
Ah, thank you,
Yeah.
JC.
Connected to spiritual awakening introspection,
yeah,
and development of wisdom. This number is connected with the pursuit of truth and the desire for a deeper understanding of life.
yeah.
Who said
Yeah,
that?
to me, it signifies a form of self-replication.
Yeah, inner unity.
Yeah, exactly. So that the cycle was complete, and all that's required now is to rest and allow it to continue completing itself.
Mm-hmm.
Allow the continuum to continue.
Naturally.
Naturally, exactly. On its own.
Yeah.
I mean, the same thing's true of our
Collaborating with
physical
me.
bodies. Our physical bodies continue to replicate themselves and continue to grow and complete the cycles.
Mm.
You know, our cells are always replacing themselves. And we don't even have to think about it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just reading today, our full cellular structure is replaced every 11 months.
Oh, wow.
Like you're a totally different being than what you were 11 months ago. And it made me think that I could intentionally morph anything that I am to what I want to be in a full cycle of 11 months. Like the new cells as of today, intentionally design them. They don't have to just automatically take on and assimilate to what's already present. I can reprogram them. I can not reprogram, but program them, raise up a child in the way it should go. So I can raise up intentionally
Mm-hmm.
who and what is programmed in my cellular structure
Mm.
to have it work for me. That which is good, it will replicate. I can have it replicate all that I want it to replicate.
Yeah. So if you were to do that in the quantum field, which brings about everything instantaneously, would you have to wait 11 months?
That's a good one.
You could just take yourself up into the void and do the same process. They go through the same process.
Mm.
Yeah,
Potentially.
much
you
quicker.
You can initiate brand new cycles
Mm.
anytime you want. You know, you can activate your DNA anytime you want.
Mhm.
Have you guys noticed that the spoken words when you're taking a flight, so to say, that you're in higher vibration frequency, that you feel the word a lot more?
You do
'Cause
what
if
to
I
the word a
say
lot more?
anything, like if you say, oh, I love myself, and then like you just feel the love a lot more than like if you just say it right now. But when you're in that state of consciousness that is much higher, like you feel
The embodiment is stronger.
Mm,
Is that because you're focusing in without distraction? Like you get the full focus? Like if
yeah,
you're
I don't know.
focusing,
Yeah, that's a,
yeah. Like if you know, when you, yeah, is so what you're saying is what you're saying. So you can sort of like say to someone or yourself, I love you so much, and like be doing something at the same time, but acknowledging your presence. But if you're
yeah.
in that state of full, acknowledgement of self and focusing in on the feeling and dropping that intention in, then it's going to be amplified because you're really focusing, maybe.
Yeah, completely present with the other person.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Yep.
Unwavering presence.
Yeah, it'd be a combination of a lot of factors, actually.
Yeah, I just feel it's much easier when, say, in a meditation state, that if I say something to myself, I really feel it. Or if I want to imagine things, I just say it and then it just comes to my consciousness.
Focus is considered to be an honoring of your life
See,
in
Jesse.
yoga.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. I got to step off. You guys are all good. Craig's the host on that, so I'll talk to you guys next time.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you
Keep
so much.
focusing on A.
Yeah. Bye.
I'm leaving as well. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great time.
Bye, Alison. Bye, Jesse.
Thank you, Alison.
Bye, everyone.
Allison.
Bye,
Bye.
Alison.
Love.
Bye.
Bye.
Mhm.
As you guys know, I've been experimenting a lot, especially because of this group, but a lot on my own too, about actually being multisensory. So I've mentioned things like attempting to stay in a theta brainwave state for as long as I can. And what I'm noticing too is that every muscle in my body senses the energy in my own energy field, but also in my physical surroundings, like proximity, but also over great distances. In fact, I've even had people come to me and say, you know, I was painting this picture yesterday and I felt your energy, and I went, what? So it's kind of like it's both kind of sensing the energy that's around, but it's also about projecting your energy, and you know, and those kind of things. And so what I'm finding is that when I'm intentionally in that state and very present with the whole thing about being sensory, magical things happen, and I experience situations differently. I experience words differently. I experience intentions differently. like there's this new sensitivity to intentions, both my own and others, that affect me. I don't know if that's what multidimensionality is like or about, but I'm just sharing with you what I've been experiencing.
It absolutely is. That's the awareness of self in different dimensions.
Yeah,
Moving in and out of the different frequencies, the frequency bands. And so that perception and the feelings and everything changes and affects us differently. And if you're sensitive and aware, you kind of go, oh, but if you're not aware that you're shifting into those different dimensions, you kind of go, what is this?
yeah.
But now that if you have that awareness, then you can kind of go, okay, cool. And then you can get used to holding the vibration where that other perception has come. And so you come back to, how did I get here? What was I doing? How did I feel? What was I thinking? And then if you can work that out, then you'll know how to hold that vibration in that dimension.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. That idea of holding, that notion of holding the vibration, or holding a certain state of awareness.
Yes.
Yeah. And allowing to sit with it.
Yeah. Yeah, which is really tricky, I've found, because when you move into those different dimensions, if you're going into a high frequency, you do naturally become more sensitive. And so then if there is any doubt, or if there's any sort of cycles or old patterns that are of a low vibration, they will come to meet you and pull you straight back down if they're not, like this is what brings us back down into the lower realm, but it comes up so that we can see where it is, so we can transmute it.
Yes. Yeah.
So like when we raise the frequency, we raise our senses, like opening the sixth sense, the seventh sense, the eighth sense, instead of, we can't use our ears, we can't use the other senses anyway. Therefore low frequency.
Yeah. And for the material realm.
Yeah, the third frequency.
Yeah.
But there's so depending on what dimensions you're shifting into, it's still it might be relative, because we don't just go from like 4D to 16. We've got to literally go through those different bands. So with each band, if you can figure out what is drawing you back down and cycling you back down and transmute it, then you'll move through that next band of frequency and then up again, and you'll be met with anything else that needs to be shifted. And this is how it works. So the fact that you're actually noticing it, that's epic, because you're shifting. You've obviously moved stuff, you're shifting your frequency. And so there's just I call it residue, of cycles. When you can, and so if you can transmute that residue, because you can't really shift unless you've shifted a certain energy. And so it's just like a certain residue that will pull you back down.
You're only as good as your weakest link.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting.
Like fine tuning.
Yeah. Good term. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Fine tuning. Yeah. Because it's all recalibrating. It's all recalibrating everything in your being, including including your material body into a higher frequency.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's bits and pieces that that kind of fall behind in that recalibration process.
Mm. It's usually, I've found, for me anyway, my physical body is the last to go. So once we energetically, we have shifted things, it's always the physical body that's challenged last. So we're challenged to
Yes.
remove foods or, up certain, looking after physical movement and things like this to shift the last, of the density.
Yes. Yeah.
Probably why I got stuck on the space traveling. My physical body wouldn't let go of the heat. I kept feeling hotter and hotter.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Hmm.
How was that the other day?
Yeah, I told you I felt like I was bathing in the sun for some reason,
Yeah.
in the direct sun, because I could feel when I was going down with waves, it was sort of like I dove into the hydrogen and what's it called in the sun, and that's liquid, so it's cool, and getting up again and feeling the heat from the flames again, and my body would just raise its temperature, almost like I was ready to go in, take a bath.
Mm. But then when we came back down, you felt better, yeah? You felt, you were saying that you felt re-energized and stuff, yeah?
Yeah, it was. I was cooling down, but I'm still feeling the heat all over. I'm having trouble each night. I go to bed, finding a place where it's cool and.
Have you done any clearing of your
Yeah, I've got a
chakra?
job for you.
Oh, sorry.
Of my chakra, I don't even know about those. I haven't read up about stuff like that. I just found out about Reiki. What? Three or 4 months ago. I just called it energy flow and body. I've been doing that since I was 12 or 13 with my mom, and she said, "Wow, you got magic hands, my son."
Mm.
But I never knew it had a word. Never. I just call it the energy flow in the body.
Yeah.
The thing is, Heinz, your super conscious has been probably doing that for months already, doing all that stuff kind of in the background. I mean, that's the way it's been for me.
It could be
every time you people say something or something, wow, that's what's going on. Finally I can put words.
Exactly. That's the way it's been for me generally too.
So when I experience heat in my body, say for example in my head, if my head gets too full, I get it fully feels like there's a sun inside of my head, and so I have to clear my crown chakra and open it up. So to me, what you're explaining, it sounds like you have it's anything that you put, it's a combustion inside. So there's a blockage somewhere.
It's always my hands and feet. My hands are sweaty right now.
Yeah, it's the body cannot handle
way too much
the high frequency.
Yeah.
And so with your hands and feet, they are release points. So so your body's not releasing, which goes again with the whole combustion theory. So which would mean there is you just need a bit of a cleanse, a bit of a cleanse on your chakras. I can assist you if you need me to assist you.
That would be really nice. When you were speaking about it, I never did. It was almost hypnotizing. When I think about stuff, it's my EMI takes over, or my ego for some reason. It's really grounding because I have to listen to my own head, but when I have to listen to someone else, I just drift off. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, I
you don't
can-
trust yourself.
Mm.
It's like, ooh, is it right? I'm doing this. No. And I have an argument within myself, sort of. What the, you need to go right. No left, no right, no left. Oh, shut up. Just go straight ahead.
So is your head getting in the way of your heart? Essentially so you can't just like be, because you're overthinking a little bit, maybe there's a lot of energy going on in your head.
A lot. It's always running. It's like the engine that wouldn't stop. Choof, 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 choof.
Yeah.
Oh, but when we had the silence earlier, I just almost drifted off. It was just, just feel the silence. And when other people are talking, I'm learning to, listen to that. Oh, so soothing. I don't have to listen to myself. The brain never takes a break. Always running for some reason. And it's not getting anywhere.
We could do a chakra tune-up, like a 15-minute chakra tune-up, or I can just do one not online if no one wants, if you guys don't, it's too late.
No, it's too early.
Yeah, was it take about 15 minutes?
Yeah, we could do a 10-minute one. Yeah, and then you guys can, you'll know what to sort of do, and you can run yourself through it and spend as much time as you need to on each of your centers.
Perfect.
Do I have
you
to
want-
sit down, or I can just keep walking?
You can keep walking, just so you can do this. Like, I mean, you can, just depends on your focus. Like if you can walk around and focus, like I can do it with my eyes open. So I don't see why you can't walk around.
All right.
All right. So, but
Ready.
if you want to get into a seated position or laying down or standing up, just try and keep your spine straight so the energy can flow through. So we're just going to take a nice deep breath in. I'm just going to do this too, actually. And just dropping into your heart. Always going to start there. Activate that center. Just nice few deep breaths in. Greeting your heart for the day, if you haven't already. And so now just imagining above your head a spinning disc that is going to open up a vortex. And from that vortex, you'll start seeing golden light come out from the top of your head. Just take note, see if the disc is, use your instincts here. Is it spinning fast? Is it spinning slow? And just slow it or quicken it to a pace that feels right for you. When you've done that, just notice how the golden light starts trickling down into your head. It's going to come out your forehead, creating a vortex here. But you'll notice the light coming out of here is purple. And if you go back into just behind your forehead, you'll see a disc there. Same deal. See if this disc is spinning fast or slow. Tune it to what feels right for you. This disc is purple. Focusing your attention, bringing it down to your throat. You should see a blue disc in here. Get that one spinning. Notice if it's spinning left or right. Taking a nice deep breath in. Once you've got that spinning at a nice rate, you can project that vortex out of your throat in a blue color. And then we're just going to focus coming from that purple disc again down to our heart. And there'll be a green disc in there. Tune that one to a nice flow. Once you've done that, take a nice deep breath in and create a vortex at the front with that green energy. And coming back into your body, following down the line, going to find a yellow disc just above your belly button. Check that one spin. And again, take a nice deep breath in when you've calibrated that one to what you want. Breathing out, creating a vortex at the front in a nice yellow light. Coming back into your body and just below your belly button, got an orange disc. Calibrate this one. Notice also if the color is bright or dull. Take a nice deep breath in. As you breathe out, create that vortex of orange out the front of you. Coming back into your body, coming down just to your pelvic bone. And this is a red disc. You might notice this one spins the slowest of them all. The higher they are in your body, the faster they spin. Taking a nice deep breath in. Once you're done, create that red vortex out the front. We're going to draw all that energy down towards our feet now, breathing into that. As we pull the energy down, we're going to take a nice deep breath in and release it out of our feet. Imagining you have 2 exit points on either one of your soles, both of your soles. Just take a minute to pull down all of the energy from your head down through those centers, letting anything go that doesn't need to be in your body, breathing through it. Wiggling your toes. Taking a nice deep breath in, coming back to the top of your body. Now releasing your shoulders, just wiggling your shoulders and allowing the energy to flow down your arms and out the palms of your hands. You can flick your fingers a little bit, shake your arms. We're just going to go back up to the top. We're going to check in to go through each of these discs. Just check to see what they're spinning like and feeling like now. So gold at the top. Coming down to the purple one. Can you see there's a vortex coming out, starting to protrude out the back of your head? So you should have a purple vortex out the front and one expanding out the back now. This will let you know if you've calibrated. Once you've calibrated that, you've got 2 points the energy can flow through. Once you can see that, we come down to the throat, check the spin on the blue disc. And as you're doing that, notice another vortex exiting the back of your throat, as well as the one on the front. Moving down to the heart center, which is green. Noticing as you focus on that green disc, the vortex coming out the back of you in alignment with that front one. You might notice energy expanding out of those vortexes as you do this. Refocusing, coming down just above your belly button. Check the yellow spin. Notice that vortex extending out the back and the front. Taking a nice deep breath into your belly. Coming down to the orange disc, just sort of halfway in between your belly button and your pelvis. Notice the vortex start to expand out the back of you here. And the front one as well. And moving down to the last one, which is red. Extending that vortex out the back too. Now just imagine your body lighting up in that gold that's expanding from your head. It's coming all the way down your body, through your head, through your throat, through your shoulders, down your arms, fingertips, torso. Take a nice deep breath in. Exhale. Allow it to keep flowing through your body, down through your legs, past your knees, down to your ankles, into your feet. Just take a moment to feel into your body. Take a few deep breaths. When you're ready, wiggle your hands, your toes, come back into the space that you're in. And you can mindfully put a little circle and then put a little cross in that circle over each of those energy centers to close them off. So I actually draw them. So I use my finger to just draw a little circle over my head and then place a cross. You can use your mind's eye even. A little circle and a cross over your forehead, throat, heart, solar plexus, sacral, which is orange, root chakra, red. And you're done. There you go. That's a good start to the day.
Wow. My hands are cool now.
You should start feeling a little bit lighter. You should have shifted some energy out then.
I didn't see anything, but I felt the disc and I felt the colors. It sounds strange, but it was what I did when I had my wildlife. I could hear colors, see and feel colors. So sort of.
Yeah,
Wow.
I understand. I understand that feeling.
Wow.
It's
Felt
like
when
you know,
Means that's the sensitivity and the
yeah,
sensing that I was talking about. It's like, yeah, you sense the colors. You sense the quality, the color.
mm,
yeah, and I sensed the speed of this. When you said the lowest one, I just said, whoa, it was really slow compared to the others. Then you said it has to be the slowest one. Wow, okay.
yeah, yeah. So the lower they go, the denser they get, and the yellow, orange, and the red one represent like your earth life, like they have associations with your everyday life in the earth realm. And then from your heart up, it represents your spiritual self. So you've got earth self and spiritual self. So they get denser as we go down. They all have different associations. And so when we have things that come up in our life, if we understand the energies that are present in those centers, we can understand and identify where we need to work on, like which energy center might need a little bit of nurturing to remove any density that's creating, undesirable circumstances in our life. And it's sort of just another aspect of, caring for ourselves and understanding ourselves, different perspective.
Is it strange? I feel the air going between my fingers while I'm while I wave them. Really feel it just, and it's really cold surrounding the finger when I move it up, down, up, down.
So if you're feeling any excess energy, you can flick your fingers or clap your hands, and it dissipates the energy.
That's what I'm
So,
flicking at. Wow.
yep.
People pay expensive money to feel this. Normally need to do something that wasn't very
Yeah,
normal to just like feels just like being on LSD, but without the trippy part, but still feels exactly the same with the fingers. I can feel the air as I move the fingers. I can feel it moving the air.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you got any selenite?
What?
Any selenite
Crystal.
crystal? Yeah, thanks, Pascal.
Any what? Selenite. What is that?
Yeah. It's a crystal.
Yeah, you eat that for breakfast.
Oh,
Just kidding.
A little hard on the teeth.
oh, a crystal. Yeah. I bought a
Yeah.
crystal.
So selenite will clear your field. Selenite's really good to put next to your bed at night, or have in a room that you're in a lot of the time. It will clear your field. It will help keep it clear because it absorbs negative or dense energies, more to say, not negative, dense energy. It clears the air, and it doesn't need cleansing or anything because it's quite powerful. So it just cleanses itself.
Oh, then I put the crystal the right place. I bought a small crystal ball and I put it in my bedroom window right above the bed.
Oh, beautiful. There you go. Instinctual knowings.
And when I feel I'm supercharged, I take it down and just sit and roll it around in my hands. Or when I'm done that, I like to put it on the table and spin it and look inside it and see the energy flow in it.
Yeah.
Mm.
So many ripples it can create because it isn't always spinning on the same point, because you have to give it new energy by spinning it, and then you see a different energy wave. Because it may be totally round on the outside, but on the inside, whoa, it's far from.
Mm. Yeah, it's incredible when you start playing with the frequencies like that. And noticing them and sensing, even touching them, like touching, like what you were saying before, the air, you could feel the air.
Yeah.
You can do that just like in your hands and create a ball of energy, and then you can put it into like just any of your, or you can put it into your solar plexus or put it into your lower chakras as well. It's a really cool feeling.
That I did many, many years ago. I started playing with energy in my 20s, and I figured out, whoa, I can actually create more by compressing the energy within my hands. And all of a sudden, I gave it to my now dead ex-wife, and she said, "Wow!" And she just pulled it out to each side, and suddenly,
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, we can do that. We can do one of those exercises another day, actually. They're really fun.
yeah, energy is amazing.
Mm-hmm. You know, when you were explaining before as well, same with you, Craig, when you say like some people, I find like people that do art and stuff like this, a lot of the time can see things in color. So, and I understand it like when I see certain people or feel certain people, I go, oh, they're very yellow today, or they're very gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that feeling where you can feel a certain color off someone, their expression.
Yeah, it's telling the color of dragons that people choose, right?
Oh, yeah, quite possibly. Relative, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like mine was orange, which is very sacral, right?
Yep.
Very
Yeah.
life energy oriented,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and close to being grounded.
Yep.
And also close to being gut level. So
Thank you, Ebony. That really helped her. Not feeling the heat inside, but I still feel like it's already always radiating on the outside. Like it's been doing that for a long time, but now it is in my hand. My palms ain't sweaty and they aren't burning the same way they did before.
Mm. Yeah, that's good to, yeah, that's really good to know. And you can do that if you start feeling that heat, you can just do that. Just check in with your energy centers, see how they're spinning and clear it out.
That thing I can do, check in with the disc, that was a simple exercise because people don't need to tell me what to do. I just need to feel the discs. It's much easier than feeling the elevator to the spaceship. You can't feel your way around there.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good feedback because maybe that's we need to start in the body more. Mm.
Yeah, that's the way I'm probably gonna get the mind to let go of the body.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so because yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for saying that. That's helpful.
well, there was something else I was gonna mention again because we had brought it up before, but we didn't really continue talking about it. So I'll bring it up again. It's a thing about clearing those embodied frequencies so that you can, like the dark heavy ones, so that you can open up and replace them with higher frequency vibrations. And you know, there's a lot of talk around about soul embodiment.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, one of the difficulties with soul embodiment is that there's not an awful lot of space left over for the soul to actually embody itself. So it's kind of like you have to make room for it in some way or another.
I don't know. I see things differently like that. So because I work with people's light bodies, the light body just is like it's a holographic, for me anyway, I see the light body as a holographic image of a person's body. So it fits perfectly in. So it's actually in the body, like it fits, you are one, you're not separate. It's not separate, it works, but they have separate containers which can be activated. So, but the containers
okay.
sit in each other
Mhm.
perfectly. And so the vortexes, there's in the physical body, we call them chakras, but in the light body, I call them portals, right? So they're separate portals and they hold different vibrations, but they all connect they join. And so when you activate the light body, the soul body, right, you create a divine flow of energy, right? It's pure energy in that soul that holds your blueprint energy that is then funneled into your physical body through the portal into the chakras. Okay, so this is how we create the divine flow between spirit realm and earth realm.
Mm.
And so when it's a matter of then once your light body is activated, that stays activated. But the key is to keeping your energy centers optimized so that that divine flow of energy can go into the physical body and integrate and embody the soul energy. So we'll be going in like your share, like once that light body energy is activated, it filters into your physical body and starts shifting the cells. It starts creating a crystallized being, right? But to keep it flowing, you need to assist each of the energy centers. And that can be through food, it can be through wearing color, it can be through utilizing crystals, exercise. There's a chanting, music, anything that's going to lift the vibration that's associated with each of those energy centers is going to assist optimize it and keep them open and flowing.
That kind of coincides with this psychic I ran into and I was in kind of one of these free long-term courses that she was running, and she suggested to me that I should be wearing yellow.
Yeah. If you've got a solar plexus, if you need some support there, wear yellow. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all about the frequency that the color holds. And so that's why it supports that energy center. Because everything has a frequency, yeah? And so when we integrate the certain frequencies into our everyday life, we are supporting that, even with the foods that we're eating and anything. If you notice, you grab a pen, notice what color you're attracted to on those days, and you'll get an idea of what your body needs. It's another way of, reading the messages. And sometimes when you wake up and you're like, oh, I don't know if it happens to you, but I'm like, oh, I feel like I need to I just feel like I want to wear blue today, like, or something, for example. And so, it's part of your expression and you're feeding that part of yourself.
Interesting.
I found it's just like all ways that the universe sort of supports us. But if we haven't like looked at it that way, then we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. Well, it always fascinates me that that we kind of innately know all this stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But how much has come to light in the last couple of years is just blowing me away.
So then it becomes really easy. So when you have the awareness, your integration, right, it becomes focus. Like your awareness creates a focus, and so the integration is amplified. So if you're aware of the color situation or the foods or whatever it is, like then when you're doing things, you'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm really attracted to this. So then it becomes like a focus point, and then it just amplifies what you're doing. You know that you're assisting. So it's really cool. And that's just like that again, it's another octave up.
Yeah, another form of synchronization with all that is, right?
Yeah. And raising of the vibration, the frequency, mindfully. So it's just the simplest things that can actually increase our frequency. The universe is a very simple, we've so much overcomplicated our lives.
So I should get some new T-shirts and stuff because I'm black and white. Everything is black and white, no colors. Not because I'm maybe sort of colorblind. I don't see nuances. So wow, that's blue and that's blue. That gotta match. And people say, "Do you know how much those two colors did? Ain't it blue? It just looks blue to me." No, maybe they don't match. Black, white, gray, no colors. I can see those.
Maybe that's why you dream in black and white, Heinz.
Both of my sons are colorblind.
I don't dream in colors, or I don't actually see the pictures. I dream in emotions. It's all about what it feels like. I remember who's in it and stuff, but I don't see any pictures. I just
Yeah.
have a feeling about everything. It felt like I was going on an airplane. It felt like someone actually was beating me up. It felt like, but I don't have any pictures from it. I'm emotional.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Everything is how it feels to me. It feels hot. It feels yellow. It feels green. But I don't see it.
Mm. Yeah, I
But it feels
understand.
great. Feels great always. I
Yeah.
like feeling stuff.
No, that's the same. I'm led by my feel. Like if I don't, my feeling overrides my thoughts, because if it doesn't feel right, even if my head's saying, like it's different. If it doesn't feel right, then it's not for me.
Exactly.
Mm.
It's got to have the right feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it looks cool or anything. If it doesn't feel right, no.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, it feels so nice not having to sweat between the fingers anymore.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but I could take a paper and it would be all dry, but I felt like I was sweating between the fingers and I couldn't get it off. And now it's just like cool air running through the wall. So nice.
I bet. Do you want to hear a funny shift story as well that happened today? So I had to go into a court case this morning, and I wasn't ready to progress on the court case or anything. So I needed time. And so when I got there, and the other party wanted to just get it done, and I'm like, no, I just need some time. So they put it through and said, we need to get this hearing adjourned for the affected timeline. And I was standing there going, yeah, right. So this is, because it was affecting the timeline. It's like the wording, like I was like, this is it was like a full timeline jump. And the fact that they actually said something about it and then adjourned like the thing, I was like, I'm actually creating reality right now and shifting the timeline. And they actually said affected timeline. I was
Wow.
like, I was tripping, but I wasn't, because it's happened before. But I was like, wow, this is cool. This is really cool.
So it's
But
possible nobody that was participating had any clue that this was going on, but you did.
Yeah. So, and this is that,
Wow.
when, that whole inner authority, because I
Yes.
was using that inner authority without actually understanding it until tonight. When I was reading over that stuff, I was like, oh my gosh, that's how I do it. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
So it all landed. Like there was a whole heap of stuff that landed tonight. And I was like, oh my gosh, I get it now. And so then I spent some time just mapping things out and connecting all the dots on the gene keys.
Yes.
And I was like, holy shit, now I understand it now. Now I understand it, how I can, so, and that's what happened. It makes sense for lots of other stuff as well that I've experienced, like when I did go through that whole ascension process and through the whole dimensions and stuff. Like I can totally see how I did it now. I understand it.
It's become known to you.
Yeah, like it was, yeah, which I always knew the feelings, right, that got me through it, but it didn't have the explanations in words. And so now I do. So now it's like, this is amazing. Like it's amazing, it's epic. Like get ready for takeoff.
Yeah. Wow.
We're going, we're leaving, we're doing this. We've got this.
Mm. Yeah, I'm looking at your human design chart again too. That's interesting.
It's really interesting. So I went over the human design chart with Emily, Emily Deckers. She does the human design.
Yeah.
And she's got a book and stuff as well, which was, and she went over it with me last night, spent a couple of hours doing that. And that made sense as well. And I'm like, these are all just like little reminders in my earth body of how I can do this. And because I've been like, all right, anyway, it all just made sense to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So it started last night after I spoke to her. That shift started when that landed, and that shift lasted. I activated that inner authority because I was understanding of that truth. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it
Yes.
naturally resonated and landed. And so that's what happened. And then it continued on this morning. But after I noticed, because I was in there for like 5 hours, it drained me. And so then it went backwards a little bit. And then I was like, look, I've got to go. She was like, no, that's fine. But I noticed that far out. I can't be around people. I just need to just like be on my own, I think, so I don't get
Mhm.
affected. Or maybe I've just got to get strengthened now that I understand it. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah,
So that's why.
Need to get
Sorry.
comfortable with it yourself.
Yeah, because it doesn't tell you as much about where you're going as it does about where you've been and where you've been, and it kind of confirms a whole lot of things that you've known about yourself all along.
Yeah, we'll see because I experience everything in feelings, it's really hard to draw the words of the feelings because it's emotion, it's feelings. So I just do it, right?
Yes.
So what
Yeah.
it really did was it named the feelings that I was generating. So
Mhm.
now I can go, I need to generate that. I can literally tell myself what I need to generate for that feeling to come,
Mhm. Yeah.
to bring it on instead of, pardon?
Putting words to feelings. It's the same way with me ever since I joined the RJ course. Lots of the stuff he's talking about, I've been doing most of my life, but I never had the words for it. And wow, that's the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then you can call on it, yeah? Like
Yeah.
you get to call on it. Yes.
So much more easy to focus it and control it in
Yes.
my own way. And how do I do that with that? But he just said it's a simple. Wow, it's just that simple. It's just like that. Okay.
Yes. So that's what, yeah. And even reading the words, I was able to like generate just like a bit of the feelings as I was going through because I was remembering it and putting the words. So I was just like, oh my gosh, we are like, seriously, it's takeoff time. We are going to take off. Now that I've got this like extra focus, I'm like going to be experimenting left, right, and center.
It's
Super
fun
cool.
experience with oneself. Going places that normally was just triggered by emotions, and suddenly you have the words to go there without having the emotion will follow the words.
Yeah.
Instead of you having to trigger the emotion somehow.
Yes, exactly. It's just not as strenuous. So now you can I can pep talk myself into that feeling. instead of
Yeah.
trying to generate it, like, and bring on the feeling by feeling it.
Yeah. So much harder to just, people say, feel sad. What do you mean feel sad? And then you just take up a book that's really sad and, oh my God, the words make me feel sad.
Yeah. I steer away from those.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that
it's
really
just an
makes sense from your chart, Ebony.
Yeah.
It's because you got, all four motors are defined, which makes you a very high energy person, right from scratch. That's built into you.
Mm.
And but you're very cerebral also. And the two of those aren't really connected to each other.
Mm.
So you might find you might find that you operate inside your emotions. And from there,
I have to.
like everything in you is emotional, but that's not necessarily personal emotional. It includes personal emotional, but it's like collective emotional as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And there'll be times when you struggle to put words to things.
Yeah, that's exactly that's why now I've got the words and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is
all
like
of a sudden,
like a weapon. This is like a full weapon. Because I can
go ahead.
Yeah, no, because I can join the two together with the words through my throat, which is undefined.
Right. Yeah. So your heart chakra and your throat chakra are both undefined, which is very interesting. I would say that the openness in your chart is the playground that you're working with, that you're working inside. So you would have done a lot of experimentation around, and for you, a line 1 is investigation. So you would have done a lot of investigation around your throat chakra and your heart chakra primarily, but and how it all fits together, because there's that huge split in your chart.
Yep. I've had to work really hard to use my voice, find my voice, use my voice to speak from my heart and express what is, but I've always been very good at articulating things when I actually I've been good at articulating things, but just not voicing them to others, which I'm better at now. Now I just have to say how I feel.
Yeah.
Like fine-tuning one's earthly self, like the other was fine-tuning the astral self.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, very specifically how you feel, but you found it hard not to express it, but to describe it to anybody.
Yeah, because it's a feeling. How do you describe? And that's what's like.
Yeah.
So, but now it's
Because that's interesting. Since I've met you, I knew right off the top that I could really feel into you for some reason or other. But that's interesting. My emotional solar plexus is completely open.
Yeah.
So that's kind of that makes for someone who's an empath, highly sensitive person, that kind of stuff. But I run around a lot of my life feeling other people's emotions and thinking that they were mine.
Oh, that is, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But that'd be good in a way as well, because you would be like absorbing people that it'd be good to be around genuine people. So that's where you need to keep yourself like around people that are of good energy, good intentions on that path, you know, pathway. Yeah, because otherwise you're going to absorb
Right.
the crappy. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise it's a big drain.
Mm.
You know, if I'm around too much dark and heavy energy, it just drains on me.
Absolutely. Because you're like a projector, or are you a projector, or?
Yes. Yeah.
So you get a double whammy sort of thing as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you're around dark people, you try to change the energy around you, but it's hard work to work with others. It drains one even more.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, it's really difficult to transmute other people's energy because they have to allow it
Yeah.
to occur, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, well, that's right. Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
you can't fight against someone else's will.
No, you can
Mhm.
only protect yourself. Protect
Yeah.
yourself. Either, you know, suit up, put that golden light around you all the time. Carry your little crystals. They'll also offer protection. They're just another device. It's like a little tool, really. It's like a raincoat going out in the rain. You know,
Yep.
you might get wet, but you're not going to get soaked.
Yeah. So would that selenite be helpful?
Absolutely. I would recommend everyone have selenite in their house and next to their bed, especially for you, because you will absorb it and it will cleanse out it'll cleanse your energy centers, because it just draws everything out. It's the best tool.
Hmm. Think it would be a good day to go shopping.
Mhm.
Good thing I have a crystal shop nearby.
Yeah. And the tourmaline as well. The black tourmaline.
Yeah.
I think black tourmaline for you because it's like a protective stone, and it actually works as a shield. So it shields. You could put it in front of your computer screen, and it will shield like you from certain densities. And same as if you've got it in your pocket or in a necklace or something, it will create a shield.
That's tourmaline.
Black tourmaline, yeah.
Black, yeah.
Or shungite. Shungite's really powerful, and you can even put shungite in your water and it will purify your water.
You know, I'm really looking forward to writing books with you, you know.
Yeah. There's so much.
I know. It's just like, it's crazy.
Did you get my message?
Yeah, I just looked at it just now. Yeah.
Yeah. Send me them through so I can have a look, and then I can see for myself as well. Like, do you know, looking at other people's charts, like you can get an idea of like, yeah, where I can get an idea of where I can assist, like in amplifying energies and stuff like this now that I understand it.
Yeah.
I can
Well, especially a human design chart, you can, because you know the chakras as well as you do.
Yeah.
That's 9/10 of the chart, actually.
So I can focus in and like really assist.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Yeah.
It's just another tool, isn't it? It's like another tool to.
Yep.
I was
And
having
what's
a
interesting too is that the human design framework, that's going to change again in 2027.
Yeah, you were saying
Like
that.
people born after that are gonna have a few other centers. I think it's the emotional solar plexus that's gonna split again.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I haven't studied it that much, but there's books about it already that have come out already.
That's awesome.
About what that mutation looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Look forward to that.
It's kind of amazing though, the keepers of this technology or of this transmission
Mm,
are very kind of dogmatic about it, right?
okay.
And since the guy that got the transmission died in, I think it was 2011, it's about 12 years ago,
Mm.
they keep resurrecting all his stuff, and nobody there seems to be open to increase transmissions.
Maybe they're just not, maybe they just aren't they aren't the one for it.
Well, yeah, well, exactly. That's what I'm kind of thinking too, is because there's a lot of more insights that you get as you just contemplate the chart and contemplate your own, and and the different centers and what they might mean, and the different channels, the different gates, the different gene keys. Well, gene keys is a good example of that, right?
Yeah.
Richard Rudd, that wrote the Gene Keys, was a student of human design right near the very beginning, and the Gene Keys kind of came out as an addition, or as a more well, let's call it an expansion of human design. And more specifically, its ties to DNA as well as the I Ching and its the hexagrams, the 64 hexagrams.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that, so I haven't got that far yet.
Mm-hmm.
I've just sort of been tying, and the thing is with it, isn't it, like the how one reads their chart kind of will make sense to them and how it all ties together. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I can see how certain energies influence other energies, and then once one's activated, how that will activate another one, and how they all work. And that's just based off my own experiences and the feelings that I get from when those feelings are generated or whatever. So, or the experiences. So it's really interesting.
Yeah. Well, even what I told you just now, like that you have all four motor centers defined.
Yeah.
That automatically makes you a high energy and quite intense energetic person.
Yeah.
You don't have to look for, you don't have to look anywhere for energy, because you got gobs of it.
Yeah.
But because of that too, and because of its intensity, it takes some skill to, I don't want to use the word manage it, because that's not the right word, but it takes some skill to orchestrate it, would be a better word for it.
Yep.
Yeah. Because it can go, because you got so much energy, it can go in 101 different directions.
Yeah, you got to focus it in. That's prioritizing. Prioritizing my focus is like always. That's a thing. Got to prioritize what I'm focusing on. I learned that trick a while ago now.
Yeah, and it'll fine tune, as you realize that more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I notice, I know, because I can go at 100 miles an hour, but it's not good for me if I have 15 projects on the go.
Right. Well, the problem is you don't have any ties to manifestation, direct manifestation.
Yeah.
So it's yeah,
it can be challenging.
So it might be that you disappoint yourself by not being able to complete stuff the way you want to, the way you would like to.
I have to focus extra hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, either that or team up with somebody who has some kind of tie to manifestation for you.
I
You know,
think
that's the
project.
interest. Yes, the interesting thing about being a projector
Yeah.
is I pretty much need to work with an energy type
Yeah.
in order to accomplish certain things.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter's a generator manifester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is pretty
Yeah.
cool.
I kind of gathered that as I was watching a couple videos you had, I think, on Instagram with you and your daughter.
Oh,
And she was trying to get you to stand on your head, wasn't that? And doing that kind of stuff. So she initiated that, which is very interesting. And then you ended up doing it. You ended up following her lead.
Yeah, this is true.
And so I kind of thought, is she a manifesting generator?
Well, I
I
don't.
thought-
Well, I'm talking about the big. I've got a big daughter who's that's the other one.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what the little one is.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'll
she's
find
probably an MG then, because I kind of noticed that she seemed to have the initiative
I'm gonna check it out.
to do
I
that.
haven't-
And of course, the two of you got together and like, yeah, it was magical, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So what does a generated who can manifest with a generator?
Anybody that has a connection to a throat.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what's kind of interesting about me is because I have a defined throat and a defined heart.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
Interesting.
you connect with me, and I make up some of the deficit or some of the openness that you have, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Okay. I have one motor defined. That's the will center. That's the little triangle kind of up by the heart on the right.
Right. Yeah.
And yours is defined. Yeah, yours is defined. And there's also 3 gates in there that are defined, or 3 gene keys in there in yours that are defined. And you and I share that 2644, the one that goes from that center to the left brown triangle. That's the spleen.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I have that that channel is defined in my chart too.
Right. So what does that mean?
Well, it means that we're complementary to each other on that. It's like in that channel, if we were to attempt something that's kind of along the themes of that channel, it would be successful for us to do that.
Okay. Oh, cool. All right. Well, that's really cool. Has
Yeah.
Heinz, have you done your chart?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just listening and more and more fascinated by, oh, that's open and that thing. Wow. I know I have a big will. Anything I want, I will it into being. That's always what I'm saying. If I want it, I'm gonna put my will through it and I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, that's probably part of the reason you're here, Heinz.
It'd be good to do Heinz's chart as well. I want to see everyone, because then we can like see everyone, how everyone works together. But there's certain aspects of like the chart, right? So that are complementary, not even like it is the energy, right? So I noticed in Joe's chart, he's got like the universal love sitting in there.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And so to get that activated, like, or to that there's certain things on his chart as well that the energy, like I don't even know how they work, but yeah, I'm like, oh my God, they're things that exist in my world. Does that make sense?
Yes.
that I
Yeah.
want in my world. Like not want in my world, but I want my I want universal love on in my world. So I don't have that in my chart. So does that make sense though?
Yes.
Where do you get that chart?
So go online to Gene Keys.
Gene Keys. I need to go
Yep.
to my book again. I wrote down the crystals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's put it in the chat so that it's there.
What you need, Heinz, is you need your date of birth, your place of birth,
I have
and
that.
the time of day that you were born.
I have that too. I always remember those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
With those three things, you can get a good astrology chart, a good human design chart, and a good gene keys chart.
My brother bought one. I have 20 pages somewhere in my moving stuff, and it told me all about what I was supposed to do in life and stuff. And if I got married before I was 30, I was gonna have a real tough life. And of course, I got married before I was 30. So everything is sort of already written down. Oh, my bird's going nuts.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a funny thing about these technologies is that in modern day they've been used more, like especially if you grew up in the 60s. They were used more for kind of predicting what your life was going to be like and all that kind of stuff.
Mm.
And part of it, a part of it is predictive, but where it gets to be really valuable is in understanding the life experiences that you've had and the meaning in them and kind of what they were meant for
Yep.
you.
Yep.
So when I say that your charts kind of confirm a lot of things that you've known
Yeah,
about yourself, it's really powerful that way.
That's exactly it. And that's when Emily was reading it out. I was like, oh my God, you're like reading out all the things that I know about myself. I didn't think anyone else would know about this stuff. But she was,
Right.
and it was like, oh my gosh, like, so yeah, my little girl is a manifester. There you go.
There you go. So the two of you together is an awesome combination, because you got energy in spades and she can make all that energy come true. It's kind of like that.
Okay. Yeah. She's got an awesome Gene Keys chart as well, actually. Like she's got epic things in there. Like it's so funny how things are relative to like what people like what you want in your world.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Like there's resonating things. And also what I've noticed with the kids, they have like there's an evolution through the charts. So what I sort of set up, then each of them go and create something that expands on that. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's the way that it rolls on.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, these kind of show you your starting points, and everything expands from there.
Yeah.
Especially your natal charts, which is the blacks. That's kind of your starting point. And I've noticed too that as I've gotten older, a lot more of the reds have kicked in.
Yeah, okay.
So the gene keys, and that will tell me more about myself. What
Yep.
Yeah. Once you once you get your head around it, like I've had it for a couple of weeks now and I've just got my head around it. It's actually really insightful to understand it. So you've got to, you'll benefit reading, putting the example of something you've felt through an experience, and then you'll go, oh, yes. So I was just reading it, but then when I transferred it to the experience of the feeling, then I got it. Then I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you got the context around feeling, it got really
Yeah.
powerful for you all of a sudden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
I had
putting
to,
more words to the feelings.
yeah.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
something I could really use because I got a lot that I can't put in context in my life that way, because I got the emotions, I got everything from it, but can't put the words so I can explain it properly to myself.
Yeah. I understand. We probably got something similar going on,
Yes.
I reckon.
So Heinz, did you run your gene keys already?
No,
Sounded like you just did.
No, I only wrote it down in my book.
Okay.
I thought it was something that was going to take a little time, so you just need to use that and
Yeah, that's a good place to start.
just open my laptop.
That's where I started. What they'll do there is they'll print out. It's called a hologenetic profile. It's like a big circle with a bunch of spheres on it.
Okay.
And so that won't make an awful lot of sense to you. But then right after that diagram with all the spheres on it, just below that, there will be a few paragraphs about your 4 prime gifts.
Okay.
And when you read those, you'll be blown away as to how familiar all that stuff sounds to you. Because you've basically been living those out throughout your whole life, and whether you're aware of it or not, it's kind of written in your astrology. It's kind of like a script, but not like that goes into dialogue, but a script around themes of things that you experience.
So my youngest son is a projector.
Mhm.
That's pretty cool. So I've got a manifestor, a projector, a generating manifestor. Now I'm going to check the other one. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool.
No, I'm missing an E. Gene is with E.
Yes.
Gene.
Gene. Yeah.
I forgot the E between keys.
Oh, you're doing it now. Cool. Let's have a look. Oh, Zane's the same as me. Generator. Oh, that's all right. So we've got a few different ones there.
Why can't I?
So is that your youngest son? Is he still at home, or is it just your daughters that are at home?
No, the 3 little ones are here. The oldest
okay.
one isn't. Yeah.
Okay. And he's the generator?
Yes. No. So the oldest son is the generator.
Yeah.
He's gone off to share his life force energy with the world.
Yeah. Yes, apparently. And he certainly had a good model.
can't get into it.
No?
No. I'll try with large G, G-E-N-E, K-E-S dot.
EYS
Dot
dot
org.
com.
Oh, do you go com? I wrote org.
Oh, that's probably why I'm writing org.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's .com.
my bad.
It's okay.
That's you can
Yep.
blame that on head
Now it
disconnect.
writes home gene keys. Begin your gene key journey. Click. What?
It says in little writing, click here or something, I think.
Click to view our news portal. Oh, the
And the
map.
whole
The first step for free.
Yep, that's it.
And 4 steps. Company. I can't find where I need to put anything.
maybe just scroll down.
There's something about a company engine, golden path course overview. Click to
Yeah.
unlock click here.
Yeah, it might say something like free profile or something like that. Not sure.
Free profile.
remember.
It stands in top. Yep.
Yep.
Name. Oh, it's optional. Birth city. Yeah, North Denmark. And yeah, 74.
Oh, my bad. I put the wrong birth date in for the child.
Oops.
Whoops. So the little one isn't, she's a generator. She's the same as me. So I've got 2 generators, a projector and a generator manifester.
Oh, okay.
So the projector can still assist, yeah?
Yeah, they're
Mine's,
yeah.
I have 3 below. Genius, love, and prosperity.
So go down to your little can you put the video on or not? I can start the videos. Hi guys.
How far down do I need to go?
It should just be on the page, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, here it comes. Lots of mine doesn't say It said love, prosperity, and genius.
Can you put your video on, or won't it show it?
My video is on this. My life work, what am I here to do? Gene Key 32.
What does it say? What does the writing say?
With this gift as your life's work, you need to feel part of a broader pattern. Support from those you trust is one of the great keys in your life. Above all, you need to find what it is that you want to perceive for future generations. If you are raising a family, it is far more important for you to give your children high principles and feeling of respect for life than to give them financial freedom and economic support. You have a deep natural instinct for long-term investments, especially in terms of where you put your own energy. You can expand your horizon to encompass the whole planet. You will find great fulfillment and in the long term, great financial return through the karma you accrue. My evolution. What am I here to learn? Gene Key 42. With this gift, your evolution, you have a challenge in life to finish what you have begun. Not only must you finish what you have begun, but you must finish it clearly, which means to say that you have to let it go. Ending may be challenging for you, but they're also very beautiful. They give
Are you reading 42 now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're giving you an opportunity to begin another journey. The trick for you is to make sure that each new beginning has its roots in the old ending. In other words, there is a great continuity to everything that happens to you in your life. The only danger you have is breaking out of the pattern too early or hanging on to patterns too long. If you break the pattern too soon, you'll have to begin all over again with the same pattern until it's finished with you, rather than you thinking that you're finished with it. On the other hand, if you hang on too long, you'll break the continuity that leads to the next organic unfolding in your life. The most important thing for you is to let life live through you and enjoy every experience without trying to extend too much control. Then my radiance, what keeps me healthy? Gene Key 56. The 56 gift governing your health, you need to travel in order to maintain your optimum health. Travel does not mean literally moving from place to place, although this will also be important to you. Traveling for you means travel to different experience with different people, learning and sharing different things rather than being stuck with the same old people in the same old place, doing the same old things. Your other great gifts is ability to divert others away from their suffering. Although you never do this from a place of denial of suffering. You simply have a knack of putting things into different perspective. Your health and well-being depends on your ability to sustain this humorous perspective. There's nothing healthier for you than true laughter. True. My purpose, what deepest fulfills me, Gene Key 60. You will never find your purpose in the past or the future. You find your purpose in always in the here and now. However you feel, whatever you are doing, that's your purpose. The worst thing for you is to ponder the purpose of your life. If you are feeling low, then your purpose lies within that feeling. If you are high and life is a bursting with potential, then your purpose is being expressed through your creativity. You are a leaf in the wind. Your life does not belong to you, but to the stars and the tides of the music of nature. And you're an artist. Life is your easel. What's that? E-A-S-E-L.
Easel.
Easel. No, easel. Okay. You are a poet. Yep. I write poems.
There you go.
And I paint.
Your life is poetry.
Yeah.
Oh, and and life is your poem. You are the structure, and you have to let life play through with you without judging or controlling the music that emerges. There's nothing that you can do or say that will change life. So you may as well learn to love it and breathe it in every waking moment.
Yeah.
It says my essence, my CD, my essence, the gift, my creativity, the shadow, my challenge. And then it says genius, love, and prosperity.
Yep.
Yeah, your core genius is those 4 paragraphs you just read.
Okay.
Okay, as you go further into your gene keys, the next part is your Venus sequence, which is your I guess your emotional development, or what does it say on there? It says genius, and what's the other 2? Genius, prosperity, and what's the other one?
Love and prosperity.
Love, yeah. It's the whole thing. Yeah, it's your Venus sequence is the whole learning about love, what it is, how you personally relate to love.
Oh, I've always been a loving creature. I
Yeah.
love almost everybody because I find it's a waste of my energy to hate people. I don't even dislike the social for taking our children. I just go on loving my children and loving my own life.
Yeah. But it's not as much about loving other people. It's about your own relationship to love. Your own unique relationship with love itself.
Oh, then was probably good. I moved out to Aalborg 4 months ago because I found the love for myself there. It's the first time in 48 years I found out a way to love myself, but it's the first time I've been truly alone. Just me. I always like to have someone around, and for some reason I actually like being just me for I do miss the company sometimes, but who doesn't? It's we are humans, so we are meant to
Yeah.
be with other people. So,
Yeah.
but I
And
had
it's
to
an
find myself.
understanding. It's an understanding about what love means to you specifically, to you and for you. Okay, in the third sequence, okay, those are the red spheres. If you're looking at the spheres, the red ones are about love. So the green ones are about your genius or your prime gifts. The red ones are about love, and like I said, your relationship to love itself.
Are they green? To me,
And
they look gray.
The ones
Yeah.
on the outside. The ones on the outside.
yeah, the four on the outside. It starts at the top.
Yeah, but they actually, my eyes see them as gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the blue ones, the last ones, those are prosperity.
Okay.
Those are how you personally and uniquely relate to prosperity itself. So we're talking about love itself and prosperity itself. And I suppose you could say genius itself.
That's not what I expected it to be.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So what's neat about this, as you study this stuff, there's a lot of things like you'll go like, oh, I knew that about myself, but then at the same time there'll be a lot of surprises.
But the
Kind of
genius
like-
actually makes a lot of sense. My deepest purpose in life is to manifest the gift of realism.
Yep.
I like what's real and what is true. That's the thing that matters to me the most. To realize my purpose, I need to transform the shadows of limitations. Well, I'm my own limitation if I have any anymore.
Yeah. That Gene Key 60 that you're reading there now?
No, that was it's behind genius, just below the first circle. It has 2 lines. It says genius, and then it says love in relationship. My greatest challenge is to transform the shadows of half-heartedness into gift of commitment. The highest expression of my heart is the fluorescence.
Yeah.
Okay. And prosperity, to unlock my prosperity through my gift of graciousness. Graciousness.
Yes.
Graciousness. I undermine my prosperity through the shadow of dishonor. I thrive best as an entrepreneur. Wow, this is fascinating.
Yeah. It's crazy how accurate it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but it had nothing.
You go like, how did you know that?
But I actually knew love would be there because I've always been love has always been very important to be with my loved ones, to be able to be there for my loved ones whenever they need. I never thought about prosperity. I always think money. What the heck? It's just a tool. But prosperity is so much more than money.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow. And the other one, the other side you mentioned, what is that? Human design.
Human design, yeah.
Yeah.
What does it tell me?
I just put in human design.
It's much more expansive.
but it'll tell you if you're a projector or a generator or
Oh,
Yeah.
that way.
which is your energy, your primary energy type. Like the way you're being in this physical reality actually processes energy.
ESEGN. Wow, cool fun. Menu. What do I need
Too busy
to send it
having
in?
fun. My tea got cold.
oh no.
Do I need to send something in here?
What does sanctity mean? Is that like a stable headspace or something?
It's sort of just connect with us.
Set apartness.
Is there another page to it or something that says connect with us? And then I need to write my name, my phone number, my mail address, and a message.
Ah, I didn't go to that one. I think I just put
Oh.
in human design.
Yeah, go
There's
to
a
freehumandesignchart.com. It's one of the better places, and you'll get a pretty good reading, very much like you just got from the Gene Keys.
So I need to put free before human.
Yeah, freehumandesignchart.com.
Human design chart. How do you spell that? CHRT.
CHART.
Yeah, okay. And I need to delete work afterward. Oh. Okay. This was much easier. It was the same as the other. Oh. AM is after midday, right?
It's 10 to 2 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 8:48 a.m. here.
Yeah. It's 5 p.m. Place of birth. View your chart. Whoa.
What?
Where do I need? Oh, generator. Alchemist.
You're there you go. An alchemist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Most people are generators. They're like
Life
something
force.
like between 50 to 60% of the population are generators.
And does yours say that you use your feelings to?
Yeah, I use my feelings.
It'll
almost.
tell you, yeah, it'll tell you what your authority is.
Inner authority, evolutionary, is a sacral.
Sacral. Okay.
Yeah.
So that would mean you have an open solar plexus.
Sacral or solar?
Sacral.
Open solar plexus means his sacral is defined, his solar
Okay.
plexus is not.
Channels, hearing, alignment, exclusive function, maturation, okay. Clarity, focus, okay. But that was some system that they had there to look at.
Yeah, that's quite the chart, hey?
Yeah, it's like I could say bingo. Is there the dark ones is soul purpose. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. This was cool. Incarnation cross, legs of stamina 2.
Stamina 2. Yeah,
Stamina
that's what
2.
I thought. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very familiar with 3242 because those are in my chart as the nodes of the moon.
Huh? After definition, it just says single definition.
Yeah, single definition.
Higher emotional.
That means that all the circuits in your chart are connected.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, mine aren't. Mine are not connected. Ebony's are not connected.
Okay. Higher emotional theme satisfaction. Wow. It was designed actually just a month, no, 3 months before I was born.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's about 90 days. The yellow side will be 90 days before you were born.
Yeah.
The brown side will be the moment you were born.
Okay. So the one is that soul purpose and the other is life purpose, it says. They're almost alike, but not totally.
Right, yes.
Oh, one of my kids has universal love in them.
Which one's the universal love?
What do you mean? Like which key or which child?
Which key?
That is. No, sorry, I just shut it. It is not that one. Super cool. Number. Where is it? Oh, is it in the? It is number 25.
Okay. Okay, that's that one. Okay.
This same child's got two compassions in his chart. One's his pearl, one's his purpose.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
That's amazing. Is that the projector child?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What's that?
Aren't you a lucky mother?
I don't know. So
Well, his pearl is the key to his prosperity. And that matches his purpose, and it's all about being very love-centered.
yeah. And on
So
his other,
that's a big deal. I mean, it's kind of like you know how Joe has built that thing that he calls Lovolution.
yeah.
Yeah, your son has that same kind of potential to
Okay.
create a global impact thing of some kind around love and unity.
Okay. Yeah, actually it says your life's work is to find something that you love and then market it to the world.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it's very strong in his chart because it's repeated.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, is one red and the other one black?
The pearl is blue and the purpose is red and green.
Okay, so you don't have his human design chart then,
Yeah, do.
do you? Look at
Yeah.
his human design chart and see if they're the same color.
Oh, which one do I look at there?
Okay, 25 is coming out of the heart chakra, out of the right-hand side of the heart chakra.
Hmm. 25 is it's like purple. This is a different color chart. It's like a purpley color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll show you because I'll send you a photo. Because I actually don't know what it is. It's not going to do it because I'm on the phone.
You've both been doing this for some time.
No, 2 weeks. Just the 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've been reading this stuff for 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Oh, if it's his pearl, it'll be, yeah, they'll both be black side. They're both natal. Sorry, Ebony, I wasn't thinking.
No, that's okay. I don't know what both needle means.
Both natal, meaning that they'd
Oh,
be on
natal. Yeah.
the right hand side. Yeah, both of those numbers, 2645. Wow.
26. All right, 26 is there. 45. It's got a really, I don't know how to read that properly. But his actual other chart is like really cool because he's got peace, harmony, compassion, universal love, immortality twice, being twice. He's actually got heaps of double ups.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Purpose. Wonder why that is. None of the others have that.
None of the others have double ups.
Not like his. He's got heaps. I'll show you on this one and see. Check this out. This is a really good combo though. He's like a full peacekeeper. He's got all like the elements of like he's just like fully, communion and peace. They're all just really loving vibrations.
Oh, his pearl and his purpose are 36. Culture is 25. Wow. He's a 5-1 profile like you. So that's interesting.
What's that mean again?
That's the decimals
Okay.
behind the numbers.
Oh yeah. My daughter's got 2 innocences. She's innocent and innocent.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting when you start looking at those kind of things because of the dynamics.
Yeah.
Dynamics they create in a family. It's one of the first things I did is I ran my wife's chart and I ran my 3 kids' charts. And started looking at them and look at the similarities and that kind of thing.
Yeah. And the different aspects that are sort of like carried into each different chart, like people have different, like, someone will have harmony, then someone else will have harmony, but then there'll be something that's the same in each of the charts, but not everything. Just it's like one thing or something that's the same.
Yeah, so my wife and my youngest daughter were born on the same day.
Oh wow.
So their charts are extremely similar. Although they're like 40 some years apart, 42 years apart, I think. But on the day they were born, that's one of the 3 days, not 3 days, or actually 6 days out of the year where you can be born and your birthday creates a channel. creates a
Right.
complete channel.
Okay.
And for them, that's the channel that runs from the ajna to the throat,
Right.
4323. Well, I wasn't born anywhere near that day, but I also have defined in my chart the 4323 channel from the ajna to the throat.
Huh?
And so there's a similarity there
Isn't there?
between me and them due to
Yeah.
that, but mine wasn't created by the sun and the earth. Mine was created by Mercury and the moon.
Yeah, right.
Right.
But
So
there's
the
still that
energy of my
work-
channel is very, very different from theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the line things, where it says lines, so what is that? Is that an underlying energy again, like where it says line 1 or line 2 or like? So it says,
Yes, it's kind of like a flavor, or like if you had vanilla ice cream, it's like what kind of topping do you put on it?
oh,
Okay, and the lines actually refer to the hexagram lines of the I Ching.
ah,
Okay, and in fact, the big book, the Gene Keys,
yeah,
goes into all 64 of the Gene Keys, which is basically all 64 of the I Ching hexagrams.
right,
So kind of like the Gene Keys book, the big book, is kind of a modern day I Ching, if you want to get technical.
right, okay. So where it's got the Venus sequence, so what's the Venus sequence, like what does that represent? My pathway to loving myself, or what the fuck?
Well, it's your pathway to understanding what love is.
Right. Interesting.
And that's mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual.
Hmm.
And so your learnings of that are going to be flavored by different planets.
Trying to find where everybody just put it. Where did it go?
Well, I'm gonna start dinner now, so you both have a nice day, and thank you for the chakra alignment, or what is it called?
Yeah.
It's okay.
You both have a blessed day, and good night to you when you get to sleep, Ebony.
Yeah,
Will
we're
do.
going to. I've got to.
Ebony's
Sorry,
up
Will.
really late.
Yeah, I'm on a mission. All good. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you, Heinz. Good to
Have a
have you
great
here
day.
today. Yep. So just you and me, baby.
So you have to send me a thing so I can have a look. I need to see it to take it in properly if you feel comfortable.
Yep. Yeah, I'll probably send you my stuff by Facebook Messenger,
Yeah, no worries.
because I already have them somewhere. I have pictures of this and that, so I'll find them.
No problems. Scrubbing this.
Yeah, they're way down in the stack somewhere.
That's all right. That's all good. Don't know what this is here. I keep losing. This is about the 5th time I've done mine tonight. I don't know. I keep storing it somewhere, but it's disappearing.
Yeah.
computer, so that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Try running yours at freehumandesignchart.com.
free human design.
Freehumandesignchart.com. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That's
I've got my.
Karen Curry Parker's, and she has a unique perspective on all this stuff.
Mm.
In
'Cause
fact,
I got
yeah. In fact, she's relanguaged a lot of human design. She worked with Raw back in the day, the guy
Right.
who had the original transmission. I think she
Right.
started with him in '97, which was about 10 years after he received the main transmission for it.
Yeah.
And she was with him for 7 years or something like that, 7 or 12 or something. I'm not sure exactly how long. But yeah, a lot of the language that was being used didn't really sit right with her, and so she kind of started her own thing. She calls it quantum human design, and she's developed like a quantum language that goes along with it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying to Emily last night, actually, saying that it was just really hard to understand the language, the way that they've written it.
Yeah. Well, and when you go to Free Human Design Chart, you get like how Heinz was reading his profile today, like those 4 paragraphs. You get something more along those lines when you go to freehumandesignchart.com.
I've got my whole chart because Emily gave me like she's like 8 pages.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But it's neat to get it on a 1-pager, because it goes into things like your profile, and it tells you things about your 5-1 profile. It'll tell you things about your energy type that you don't get anywhere else, and about your inner authority, and different things like that. It explains it a lot better.
Okay. I'm just downloading it now.
Yeah, because I know the one you sent me was from Jovian.
I didn't even know I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, and Jovian's kind of the dogmatic one.
Right.
They're the ones, like, somebody convinced Raw, the guy who had the original transmission, somebody convinced him that he needed to monetize the whole thing. And so, exactly, in a certain way. And so what they've kind of done is they've made it a religion. It was never intended to be that.
Oh. Yeah, that's a bit bizarre.
Yeah, it is bizarre.
Okay, so I see she's highlighted the different colors.
Yes.
A bit like she's highlighted like soul purpose, life purpose.
Yes.
That makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just different language. This is the thing, isn't it? So
yeah. Well, language makes such a difference, doesn't it?
It does. Lacks of self-regulation. What does that mean? I can't self-regulate.
LAX.
Yeah.
That's a left angle cross.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
That's right. She was actually explaining. She was like, so yeah, if you choose it, like you do donuts, but like create cycles there. So make sure they're not the controlling type. Liberate yourself from that shadow. Or karma.
Yes.
It was a karmic one or something.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, here's what I'm reading her quantum description for that left angle cross. To lead, teach, and inspire others to cultivate a practice of self-regulation that allows them to be inspired to follow new flows of abundance.
Okay.
So in that context, the self-regulation is not about regulation as much as it's about creating a space or being open to newness, to be open to new inspiration.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting for someone like you that has all the motors defined in your chart, because your energy takes you in a bunch of different directions at once. Self-regulation for you would be about taming that.
Yeah, that's why I had to learn to prioritize things and have lists.
Exactly. Yes.
And just feel like I have
Yeah.
to feel what needs doing now and
Yes.
what can, what is actually important. And I'm sort of like at that age as well, where if I don't know, I just prioritize by how much energy, really. How much energy does this need? And that's the same as like relationships and stuff like that. Like just anything. It's like, right, well, I've got this much energy left to spend. So I'm going to have to do this whole, basketball thing for this long, or we're going there for this long because that's all I've got left in the.
Yeah. And you've gotten really good at that. That for you is self-regulation.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. It might mean something totally different to another person.
Yeah.
Who has a different energy dynamic, but to you, you figured out what it means, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And isn't that amazing?
I don't want to feel burnt out.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. To model and teach the importance of patterns and habits that allow for conserving energy and creating sustainable wealth and well-being.
Oh, there you go.
So it's like conserving the energy, but creating stuff that's sustainable on minimal amounts of energy, right?
Yeah.
Which is a huge skill.
Yeah.
That humanity needs moving forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
that is huge.
It ties into that whole overcomplication of things. Everyone's overcomplicated everything, and therefore they're spending energy on things that don't need that. It's excess energy. So if we scale everything back and just like get to the core of the problem, and we work, like just on what needs to be done, not all the bits and pieces off it. Like
right.
Because everything's got a but or an if or a we'll do it this way, because people have tried to reinvent the wheel, and over time things have been reinvented, but instead of making things simpler, they've added things on which have just complicated things.
Yes.
This isn't necessary. So you've got to strip it all back. Just go back to basics.
Yeah. See, and here's the main difference between a manifesting generator and a pure generator.
Yeah.
You're a pure generator. It means that you're not really designed to multitask.
God. Well, that's what I do.
Energy. Well, I know that's what it seems to be to do, but what I'm understanding from what you're just telling me just now is that you've had to prioritize where your energy goes. So it's like energy is required on this thing right now. This is what I do right. This is what I'm right now until it's to a point where it doesn't require my energy anymore. Then I can move on to something else.
Got you. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Not multitasking.
No, that's called having multiple things on the go, but focusing on one thing at a time.
One thing at a time. Exactly. And there's a huge difference there.
Yeah. But there's
Okay?
if
A
I
manifesting generator can focus on 3 or 4 things at once.
right, got you. Okay.
Okay, and you can't really do that.
No, and you know what? That's something, yeah, now I get it because I'm like, oh my God, to my daughter who is that profile, I'm like, you're so scattered.
That's right. And you can't understand how she does what she does, right?
Yeah, totally. But it's
Because
just
you
in her
can't relate to it. Yeah, your
Yeah,
energy
no,
doesn't work that way.
no, no, totally. But it makes sense now.
Hmm.
So in this one, it's saying creative authority instead
Yeah,
of
creative
valor.
authority is your emotional solar plexus, is your authority.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Yep. Sorry.
Okay. So it's one of the huge realizations in human design is that our brain was not designed to make decisions.
Yeah.
It was not
Okay.
designed
Yeah.
to make choices. Okay.
No,
But
that comes
your
naturally.
the part of you that's designed to make choices is your emotional solar plexus.
Yeah.
It's your gut feeling,
Yep.
so to speak. Okay. And you're very familiar with your emotional energy because it's kind of
The driving.
let's put it this, it's kind of a driver. It's the most intense motor that exists. Okay. And so because of that, it's kind of easy to abuse it. And with you being an energy type that has 4 defined motors, that can be pretty fuzzy for you. So learning to tap into your solar plexus and specifically your emotional waves is going to help you make really good, well-founded decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to be grounded decisions. They can't be
Right.
emotional.
Right, exactly.
You
So-
cannot make decisions based on an emotional charge. No.
Right. You
Work.
have to find neutral first in
Yeah.
order to actually make a decision on something.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Got to process
yeah.
and then decide.
Yeah. So there's a lot of in that emotional authority, there's a lot of waiting that's involved with it.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
waiting for a really juicy opportunity to show up that you really want to respond to,
Mm-hmm.
that you want to give a yes to, because you're going to take that concentrated energy and you're going to apply as much or as little as you want to that particular choice that you're making.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Okay.
you know how to self-regulate, right?
Mhm.
You know how to decide what's important and what isn't.
Well, I do.
What's valuable and what isn't.
Yeah, what's worth spending my energy on or not,
Exactly.
or where it goes.
Yeah. So that's the big decision for an emotional authority with all of your energy. That's the big decision to make. Is this worth sinking my energy into? Is it a real juicy opportunity? Is it something that's valuable to me?
Yeah.
Is it something that's valuable to the collective?
Yeah. And that's been something that I've had to learn because I've spent my energy on so many things and people that have not, it's just been not received back because of where I was at my learning stage there. So I've learned lots from overspending my energy.
Yeah.
But it's all been good because it's brought things to light for me on how to manage things better for myself.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing about this life in this material realm, is that it seems like we learn more by finding out what's not true than by discovering what's actually true. It kind of works that way.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
we'll
hope-
try something, we'll go like, oh no, that's not quite right. That's not quite it. Or that wasn't what I was looking for. And we'll
Yeah,
move on
that's-
to the next thing.
And I think that's where like we're coming out of that cycle though, and hopefully we've you know, sort of, well, for me anyway,
Yeah.
put that cycle to bed, recognizing you know, certain things that aren't going to expand us. They're either going to
Yes.
expand us or contract us. And when your energy becomes valuable and you realize the worth of your own energy, you don't want to be placing it into places where it's just going to be drained. So it's not worth it.
Yes.
So you sort of work that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully that example then follows down the line into other generations, which it already is. You know what? They're so
Yeah. Yeah.
different. Have you noticed with like the like younger generations, they're just like, no, I'm not doing
Yeah. Why are you deliberating over that? Is what I keep
yeah,
hearing.
or they're just simply like, I'm like, can you go and do this? No, why would I want to do that? I'm like, well, because it needs to be done. Whereas I don't know, like it's where we grew up and it's like if something needed to be done, it just got done.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was it's a different mindset. You got to
Yeah.
explain why they need to help. Whereas we
Yeah,
just had
yeah.
them built in us.
Or why something needs to be done. Or even why something even needs to be engaged with.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
okay, there's this obstacle. Okay, so like I was kind of taught that you kind of fight it, remove it, bulldoze your way through it, you know, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
But my kids are like, well, what difference does that make? Why do you have to do anything with that?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like you just walk around it or whatever. Right?
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. They have they're totally different mindset. It's like, okay, even like, you know, in the Labyrinth, you know, the Labyrinth movie,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
right? So I was watching that with my 12-year-old and he was sitting there and he goes, this is so lame. I go, what do you mean? Look at the little worm in there. Look at the little guy. And he starts talking she had gone this way. She would have gone right to the middle of the castle or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
then they're walking through the labyrinth and he's sitting there going, why doesn't she just jump over the wall? The wall's like nearly as tall as her. And I was like, oh my God, it is too. I never saw it like that. What do you mean? And then I started seeing the movie in a totally different light. I was like, he goes, look, there's a massive stick there. She could easily just jump on the branch and go over. And so he was pointing out all these things I'd never even seen before.
Yeah.
It was like super cool. I was really impressed because he gave me a different perspective on it all those years.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of cases we grew up thinking that there was only one way to do things.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
that there's a best way even.
Or yeah,
And that's not necessarily true either.
No, that's
You
it.
know?
It was just really interesting because I had, you know, when you watch a movie and you kind of watch it, I mean, it's always different, but at the same time, it was never that different. It was never that easy to get to the middle of the labyrinth. Holy crap, it ruined the whole movie.
It's an old movie.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. So, no, he's funny. He still got scared by it though. Still came
Oh,
and
yeah.
slept in my bed. He was like, I'm not sleeping down there. I'm like, why? Are you scared of the like a little worm guy? The rock guy? It's funny as little guys. Kids today, hey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah. And so what have you got on today?
Well, I'm kind of gearing up to go back to the scene of the crime. The
Oh,
city I
cool.
moved away from. Well, I went through this really horrendous divorce thing
Mhm.
about a year ago, where I was I was evicted from the home that I owned by the court, and had to abandon pretty much everything I owned.
Okay. Yeah.
And that includes a business that I'd been running since 1976.
Jeez.
And it included modifications to office equipment and all that kind of stuff, because I'd been through a huge burnout back in 2007
Yeah.
that I still haven't recovered from completely. And then just before they shut everything down for COVID, I was in a motor vehicle accident where I had a traumatic brain injury that has disrupted my cognitive ability, and still I'm still
Right.
struggling with that. And also some spinal damage and other
Yeah.
things. And because of COVID and other stuff like that, and because
Right.
of the way the insurance companies are kind of in cahoots with the medical
Yep. I
industry
remember.
here, you never
Yeah.
get covered for the stuff that you did.
Yep.
Like they told me to find whatever I found helpful. And I spent about $50,000 of my own money on that stuff, and then they refused to reimburse me for it.
Yeah,
So,
that's just- isn't it?
yeah, exactly. It's insane.
Mm.
And I'm still not recovered from the accident either. So
Yeah.
I'm still working on that. So anyways, so I went through this divorce thing where I was forced by the court to defend myself, which is extremely difficult for someone who is who's dealing with post-traumatic paralysis and kind of an inability to respond when violence is leveled at you.
Yeah.
So what was initially domestic violence ended up being taken to court,
Yeah.
and the court ended up violating me instead of just her. So it was like,
Saying
yeah,
that.
it was really hard.
Got
So
the
I
rough
I filled up my car with everything I could. This is about a year ago now. I filled up my car with about everything I could. I couldn't bear to stand around there any longer, and I walked away from about $2.5 million.
Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So I'm putting the pieces together, and I've been in exile for the last year,
Yeah.
pretty much, because the court keeps harassing me, and creditors keep harassing me, and all this other stuff. So I just disappeared.
Mm.
And I'm gearing myself up to go back there and kind of tie up all the loose ends and be done with that part of my life. And so there's a lot of inner turmoil around that, as you can probably imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, that part of
Go
my
back
life has
to
been
that.
dead for a year, but I mean, there's still, well, you talked about earlier today, you talked about residue.
Yep.
Yeah, there's definitely residue. So
we'll just go in there when you go in there and know that that part of your life is over, and you're choosing to go back in there, and you're choosing to go back in there as a different person. You're
yes.
you're not there because you've shifted your energetic resonance with that space. So, just go through and you've probably come and grown from that space, yourself.
Oh, hugely. Yeah.
And without that experience, you wouldn't know yourself like you do now. So
True.
maybe you can go back in there and thank the experience in a way if you can find a way to do that path to bring that love to the situation for who you are now, because you wouldn't be who you are now. You wouldn't have all the support, you wouldn't have the connection, you wouldn't have what you have right now without that experience. So as shitful as it is and as it was going through that, without it, you wouldn't be where you are now, you know, with so much more love in your heart and coming back into yourself and the connections that you've made. So you've obviously had to dump some stuff in order to regain that love again
Yeah.
inside of you that you found. So that's pretty epic. Like the, you know, the universe sort of directs us, I guess, in if we don't heed the messages.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that because like I've been like the biggest sucker for yeah, what did I say? I'm not a quitter. I'm not a quitter.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I'm not either.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Yes.
Which is, you
Yeah.
know, I've been on the brink of death a number of times because
Yeah, and so
I refused to quit.
And what happens? So then the universe comes and gives you a massive kick up the ass, which leaves you no option but to go in a different direction.
Yep.
Because yeah, and so that's all it is. And obviously, you know, you've gained parts of yourself back and a greater understanding of self, which is probably what the universe was nudging you to gain. You need it in a bigger way, you know.
No question.
Yeah.
No question. Because so much has opened up for me.
Yeah. And
Since
so
I got in that car and drove down the road and didn't turn back and didn't look back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that's maybe what, just stay focused on that and, you know, go through the emotion of it all, because you have to let it go. If you feel like you have to cry, if you feel like but just know that that's you're letting go emotionally. And that's the process, you know, dumping and leaving that there. So when you're driving back away from it, or, you know, you're coming out cleansed in a sense. That's you leaving that and that emotion and that energy in that space. So when you come away, you're going to come away fully refreshed and leaving any of the old behind for good. Like just leave it there, knowing that you're walking away with a full sense of self and new direction. Because it would have been like, I'm imagining when you went, you didn't know, you didn't have direction in it, you know, you just went with all and with a trail of you know, like density behind you. And so now you've cleared a lot of that density, and as you say, going back into that residue. So just clear yourself if however you feel you need to do that, and leave it there. And know that when you walk, you go, you have got direction, which is something you didn't have. And you've got, you know, with that, so many more things inside that have come. So, I mean, if you can manage that, then you'll level up again. If you can somehow transmute that and leave it behind, then you're making more room for more growth and more love to come in. That's how it works. We empty ourselves and then we get refilled. Give and open to receive.
Well, I can attest to that refill too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I've received so much.
Yeah, because of your efforts and you know,
well, and openness and being and having room for it and being open to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's can be so challenging to confront, really challenging as a human, having a human experience. Like it's really, we can sometimes like process things and understand things in our head, but like the actual emotion of things and that human aspect can really be, that's the struggling part sometimes. That's why it's
And see, and I'm a person with an completely open emotional solar plexus. Like there's nothing in it that's defined at all. And yeah, what's interesting is in my human design chart, there's a number of gates, like all 3 gates from the root that are pointing toward the emotional solar plexus are active in my chart.
Yeah, right. So this is why it's
And,
really
and the one from the sacral.
yeah. So
And the one from the will center. They're all defined in my chart and are pointing towards that open solar plexus. So it's kind of like they're reaching out to that as well, to that emotional well-being
yeah.
and emotional equilibrium. Yeah. To kind of complete those circuits. Very interesting.
Yeah. But the fact that it's all pointing down to the root chakra. So when you don't empty, like when you carry the energy of others in those lower chakras, right? And it becomes bogged down with others' energy and your own energy that isn't processed, it's going to affect your root chakra, and your root chakra is your home front. Anything on the home, anything that allows you to feel safe and secure and grounded will be annihilated.
Yeah. Or at risk at least, huh?
Yeah. So this is why, like, you've got to like, from what you've just explained, that's kind of what happened. You got uprooted from your home, your safety, your security, like everything was and that sounds like you just had like a full overload where it just, you weren't, it just got to a point where it was in overload. It just was having a full breakdown. The energy affected your total foundation, your security, your safety. Like, and so now you've got that up again. So just keep it, if you keep the energy flowing and take care of those centers and process what isn't yours and process what is yours, then you'll be fine. You know, you can rebuild, and you'll just keep rebuilding the energy and keeping it flowing. Yeah, so that sounds like what you're explaining. That's something you've got to manage. Like that's your managing thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a lot. But it's all like that's like full on. It's almost like a full-time job.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about my life that have been full on. So it's that part of it's no big surprise.
Yeah. So, but now that you're like in a space where you have that time to process and understand yourself on that level, it will be easier to maintain that part of your life because you're aware of the energetic effects and aware of like the associations and things like this. So it's just a matter of integrating your knowing, and keeping those parts of the soul fed.
Yeah, keeping those parts of the soul fed.
Yeah, because then free flow. Everything will free flow. The divine energy will just assist in creating that higher vibration within your energy centers and lift you from any of the dense cycles that you've experienced. It'll create new cycles.
Yeah, and that's a major thing for a projector too, is to keep your soul fed.
Yep.
It's kind of an issue actually.
Yeah. And that's it, having good people around you, not wasting time with, just keep your vibe high, keep good people in your life and use your discernment as to who they are, I guess.
Oh, this is cool.
What is it?
I didn't know I had my human design chart right here.
Oh, there you go.
There, I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
So you see those 3 red lines coming out of the root chakra?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, and the black red one coming out of the sacral toward that emotional solar plexus on the right.
Yep.
Okay. And this isn't actually in my chart, but the red triangle there, that's the will center. At the
Right.
bottom of the will center is gate 40, which is actually the ascendant in my chart.
Right.
And that points to the emotional solar plexus too. So pretty much everything that can be pointing to emotional solar plexus, except for the ones from the throat, obviously, are pointing to that open space. So it's like,
Right.
oh, okay. Whoa.
Goodness.
There's a lot of learning in that dynamic that's illustrated there.
Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, around
So
emotions and
interesting.
motion being.
Yeah. Mhm.
So you see my ajna, throat, and heart
Yep.
are all connected, and they're split. They're split from my will and spleen
Mm.
and everything below that.
Yeah. Yep.
In fact, I need, in order to connect that split, in order to bridge that split, I need to have at least 2 gates. I need to have a full channel of some kind or other in order to bridge that divide.
I get what you mean now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Got you.
So you see the arrows at the top?
Yeah.
Those are 4 right arrows. And what I was going to talk with you a little bit about is that even though I'm in a male body, my energetics, according to my chart, that like the energy dynamics in my chart, are
Yeah.
primarily feminine.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Right arrows are feminine. Lines 2, 4, and 6 are feminine.
Yeah.
What else is there in here? An open emotional solar plexus is very feminine because it's empathic.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's a lot of things in my chart that kind of hint at that. So there's let me see, there's 8 6 lines, 8 6 lines, 8 6 lines, 6 4 lines, and 5 2 lines in my chart. So most of the lines are feminine too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like you look at my chart and you consider all that feminine energy and you realize that I'm primarily receptive.
Yes.
You know, like
Yeah.
we talked about the masculine feminine energy creation cycle, where it's giving, receiving.
Yeah.
That becomes a recurring dynamic that keeps recycling over and over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I tend to receive a lot more than I give. But when I give, it's like a big deal.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she was saying something about, it's interesting. I wonder if that's the same thing. I think I've got like a divine masculine and a divine feminine thing in me.
Mhm.
Like she was saying, there's something, I've got this thing that it's like I've got the divine feminine aspect and divine masculine aspect that stand out in the chart. So you can have some of mine.
Well, that's what I do. I'm a projector.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well, I kind of borrow generator energy
Mm.
and magnify it and amplify it.
Yeah.
Like I project other people's energy more than my own.
Yeah. She was explaining that, explaining how projectors like, and they like absorb the energy of others. And like, so that's why they go well with the generators.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not just energy, it's information, it's knowing, it's transmissions, it's downloads, it's all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Like I just been soaking that up like a sponge.
Yeah, that's cool. That's great.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah. And part of that is waiting to find the other people and other energies that have the dots to connect with.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I connect a lot of dots internally, but
Yeah.
a lot of them are waiting for another to connect with in order to
Activate, or like activate a
yes.
sequence or
Right.
amplify it, or connect
Yeah.
it up. Yeah, no, that's
Connect
what
it
I
up.
noticed. And so that's why even with your gene keys chart, send me that one when you get that one as well. So I find it really interesting to look at the different charts and go, oh, that. So if I look at my chart, then I can see what it sits well with what I'm trying to create. And then in other people's charts, I can go, oh, that's cool. I wouldn't mind a bit of that flavor, or I wouldn't mind a bit of that energy. That would be good infused in. This sits well within my little world. Like I look at it like a little world. It's like a little universe, right? So there's certain things that each sort of people, even my kids, like they're holding certain vibrations of energy that bring in other aspects that are complementary and that will assist in the bigger picture outside of
Yes.
my universe. Yeah. But they also assist in the other person's as well. So it's really cool. I like how it works.
Yeah, it still fascinates me how interrelated all this stuff is,
Mm. Yeah.
You got the I Ching that was written like something like 4,500 years ago or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently each one of those hexagrams was arranged in the astrological mandala way back then.
Yeah.
And
okay.
how that science is still holds up this many years later.
Mm.
And that the hexagrams are directly related to protein combinations in your DNA.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And finally here we are 4,500 years later, and science is just beginning to catch up with this stuff.
Yeah.
Like we think we're so damn sophisticated these days, but we're really not.
Mm. Oh, we've gone backwards, really.
Well, we have gone backwards, but that's what it surprises me that nobody can see that.
Well,
that we've
I
actually
reckon-
gone backwards.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bloody crazy. Or it's all just been hidden, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yep. Yep. Well, and so many things are like that.
Mm. Yeah, this is true. All right, I think I'm going to go to sleep. It's 3 o'clock,
Oh
5 to
my.
3. I know, I've got
That's
to get up in
crazy.
4 hours. Fine. That's
Sorry,
sake of
sorry to
you.
keep you up all night. I don't. Oh, it's 10
Fine,
o'clock.
that's fine.
Wow,
It
we've
is.
been on here for like 5 hours.
Oh my gosh. Well, in all honesty, what I think I jumped on it like really late, 11:30. So it was, it's still
Yeah.
been a few hours.
Yeah,
Well, I hope you got
I'm
a
really
good-
glad we got this recorded because that was really good to. It was really good to do this.
Yeah, it's a good understanding of it. So I'm actually, yeah, this is cool. It's awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for lending your wisdom and yeah, just allowing for me to totally understand that. And
Well,
yeah,
back at you. It's really fun to explore stuff with you.
that's good. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we'll chat. We'll chat tomorrow or something. I'd say I'll be back online.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. Have a
Yeah.
good day.
Sleep well, my dear.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay.